Io credo che possiamo incominciare.
Hello, I think we can begin. Good morning and welcome to you all on behalf of the Board and the Scientific Committee of the Courmayeur Foundation. I am very pleased to be able to welcome those of you here and the many who are following us in streaming, and also to the professor and to the students of the fourth year of the Artistic School of Aosta. I would like to thank President Lavevas because of being here, and also thank you for having lent us this beautiful hall. In 2021, we started with the project with circular economy, environment, with Massimo Santarelli's scientific help, and I thank him very much for being here and for his essential contribution, which will determine the success of this. He is a full professor at the Turin Politecnico, and I would also like to thank the water management companies of the Valdostana. We started in 2021 with another webinar and had international trends and scenarios in the Aosta Valley, as well as talking about the more scientific and technical aspect. Then we talked about living within the limits in the planet, Fit for 55 in the European Commission, and opportunities for Italy. And then the webinar, The Future of Energy, and analysis of the international stakeholders involved. The resource that is available at a national and European level require for a good use, a better level of knowledge corresponding to what is happening. The aim of the three-year project, in cooperation with the regional offices and with the C.V.A, the Compagnia Valdostana delle Acque, the water Aosta company, and this gives us a general overview going beyond energy to focus on a topic to energy, and which represents the main motivation for the current transition. That is to say, the changes are due to climate change caused by human beings. In particular, we will be talking about the effects of climate change and the ones which have been caused in areas that are especially fragile, such as the mountain areas, the Aosta Valley included. There are current activities underway to mitigate effects, not only in terms of energy, but also in terms of the economy and society. There will be a different approach in northern Alpine areas to the Utah and to the other American ranges. But as well as this, we have focused very on the great interest that both professionals and the local authorities have shown. And there will be a meeting in the autumn and then the conclusive conference next year. In the course of the implementation of this project, we have seen the interest by the foundation of further develop research on this topic at a regional level. We also intend to promote with the Turin Politecnico and Professor Santarelli, we intend to promote further studies to identify the product networks aimed to support sustainability in the Aosta Valley and see the economic impacts on this area. And I think that with this, we will also have to involve one or two people or centers from the Val d'Aosta so that they may be trained on this area. These will be the topics that we will have to discuss in the next 10 years. I would like to thank the autonomous region of the Aosta Valley, and represented here by the President, Lavevas, and Professor Santarelli. I would also like to thank the C.V.A. and the Sandra Sapir and Roberto Rufia of the Courmayeur Foundation, and as always, Barbara. Thank you very much. The floor now to the President of the Aosta region. Thank you very much, and thank you very much. I would like to thank you, and I would like to thank the Courmayeur Foundation for having organized these series of meetings Some were held here, others were not. And also a very interesting series of appointments which will make it possible to present from different points of view the complexity of this topic of the climate changes and other changes that we have all been experiencing over the past few years. I think to talk about climate change in the present day is not something theoretical or simply scientific. It's an attitude that we all have to have. We too, as local authorities, people have to make choices, whatever the choices may be. In fact, we here in real time, we have to deal with an ever-changing context, and it's not the one that we have been used to in the past. So on several occasions, we have observed the difference between mitigation of climate change and adapting to climate change. We have 120,000 residents, so we really don't think that we can have such an impact on climate change. We are but a grain of sand or a very small drop in the ocean, but we have to do what we can. We have to do our side of the job so that things may change the least possible. But then there's also adaptation, and in the mountains this is particularly true and particularly clear, the fact that we have to adapt our lifestyles, but also our policies, our development policies, our tourism policies. We have to adapt to a world that is changing. Clearly, our situation where tourism and winter tourism is very important. The fact that the snow line is progressively higher and higher means that we have to rethink things over. This is just a case in point. And another thing is that we have to be able to distinguish between what is going to be permanent and structural and what is transient. For example, we will have problems with water. We have had problems with water. We've had one of the driest winters, the poorest, and these are all facts and figures that you're aware of. We have about 50% of what we had over the past 20 years. And I see here the C.V.A. CEO has just entered, and he is very aware of the impact that this has on the both industrial world, but also farming and our lives, because in July and August, we will probably have a shortage of water for human use. So all of this is part of a scenario and of a development which is structural. These changes, we think, are going to be cyclic. They will last for eras. It's a new era, and we are going to have to address them wholeheartedly. This is an emergency, and we have to be able to monitor this emergency while being aware that we are part of a more general framework of change. It is also important within such a framework to also talk about changes in the world of energy, which is why I find today's meeting extremely important. In a context such as ours, a local point of view, as President Passanante was saying, can also look into the global sphere. The Aosta Valley, in terms of climate change, is a small laboratory which can be used and is used because we have top people, as well as the Courmayeur Foundation. We have the Montagne Sicure, the Safe Mountain Foundation, and the regional local authorities and departments have tried to develop procedures and systems and simulations which are used in other areas too. So the sharing of good practice, best practices and good ideas is of the utmost importance, and I am sure that this is also what your initiative will offer us. We have a responsibility to make all our experience a shared experience so that it will impact on the future. It's something that's very important. So I wish you all good work. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for all the ideas. And with this, we have finished the first part of the conference, and I would now like to call upon Professor Santarelli, who is going to be opening the scientific conference after the introduction and greetings.
Già in proiezione può andare avanti con le frecce oppure col telecomando se vuole. Sì, il microfono. Grazie, grazie, ci siamo. Grazie, buongiorno a tutti.
Thank you. Good morning to you all. First and foremost, I would like to welcome all of those of you who are here. It's so great to see people physically present rather than remotely, and exchanges are always better. And I would like to thank President Passandre for the activity of the foundation, which I believe will have an impact not only in the Aosta Valley, but all over. And I would also like to thank the president of the region for having welcomed us on behalf of the local authorities. I am a professor of the Turin Politecnico, and I am I have very strong links with the Aosta Valley, and I am particularly involved in energy. I carry out research on thermocatalytic aspects, all linked to the use of energy. So the topic of energy, as from the keywords which have been put in the title, is essential. But it also very often, and especially over the past few years, see the impact it can have on climate change, which is currently the biggest challenge that we have now and the future generations have. There are basically 2 to 3 lines, that is to say, on the climate change, digitalization of processes, and the management of pandemics. I think that this is the 3-pronged description of the current most important challenges. In spite of the fact that the work of the foundation that I follow refers to energy, I think we decided to extend this because the energy choices can be decided. And we decided to do it with developing an activity which is very strongly present in the Aosta Valley and very advanced. That is to say, the idea of extending it, inviting speakers from all over. So, I have already mentioned that the challenge is the challenge which is linked to the points I was already mentioning. That is to say, we have to move towards renewable energy. We have CO2 mitigation and reutilization. There are many vectors. We have progressive electrification of end uses. And Where it is not possible to have electrification, there are other vectors. We hear a lot about hydrogen value changes, and we think that this is important because it doesn't contain any fossil fuels, so it's one of the most important ones. This is the context for energy transition. I am not I think that hydrogen can be used in some cases, not in all. We have to eliminate fossil fuels. Nobody's talking about that that fossil fuel is going to finish. We were talking about this in the 1970s. This is no longer something that we say. We talk about the impact that the use of fossil fuels have. While we're talking, for instance, we know that there are modifications that are due to the current situation. These changes may possibly accelerate the processes of transition. And it certainly has to be governed because this transition could be hastened or slowed down by the current situation. For instance, there's more coal being used. So it's a changing, fluid situation, also due to the international context. In this situation, the confirmed trend is the one to fight climate change. Europe is doing a lot on an international level. It's possibly the area and the planet, as well as Japan, and California, which is most aware of this. So we know that it's not today's aim to discuss of this. We know that the absolute decarbonization or elimination of fossil fuel or fossil fuel development, which has been confirmed by the Recovery EU program, we know that the high combustion is going to be eliminated. The idea is to getting a fossil fuel or decarbonized energy, and the management of coal in terms of carbon on an international level, so the carbon tax, which is very important. But this is not so much today's objective. What is today's objective? What is the real reason for decarbonization? The driving force, as is said, is linked to climate change here, but a few examples of extreme changes that have happened. You can see them on the left or in the US. Here you can see Texas. I think it was Texas or Arizona. I don't really know, but it doesn't matter. It certainly was an extreme event in the Aosta Valley. All of us who go up to the mountains, or the friends with whom I go up the mountains very often, we feel directly the impact. We know what is happening, that is why the mountain areas is where the phenomenon is amplified. The colleagues that I have invited, who are experts in this field, have a better understanding, but even an amateur or profane like me realizes that currently there are major changes and that mountains are experiencing climate change faster than other areas, within areas like the poles. The effects, here you can see, I'm not an expert in the field, but I referred to the IPCC's fifth assessment report, and above all, the latest document, which is a paper which is specifically linked to the Mountain Working Group 1, contribution to AR6 cross-chapter paper 5 mountains. Here you can see it. Here you can see mountains are very meaningful and significant areas for sustainable development because they are at the interface or intersection between the climate change, the accelerated climate change, and a group of residents who are maybe rather limited, small, but on the one hand, you see a greater acceleration But on the other hand, they're not important only for the local population. Clearly, they are very important for them, but they're also important to others because, as you know, for example, water very often starts from the mountain, which means that there will be an impact on populations that are not only the ones that live in the mountains. So are we talking about a niche or about the general impact? From the slide, apparently that the mountains are not just a niche. There are more than 100 million people in Europe, many millions of people in Asia, and also in the two Americas, North and South, and Africa. So totaling, we're talking about 1.2 billion people who are directly affected or live in mountainous areas.
The effect on the non-mountain population is very significant. About 2 billion people are linked to phenomena that happens in the mountains. For instance, farming in the Po Valley suffers the effects of what happens in the mountains. So we are not talking about a niche situation. This is the first comment. And then let's look at the impacts. We have an impact matrix here, and it takes some criteria into account. You can see here that on the vertical axis, we can see some criteria, such as water, cryosphere, and impacts on tourism. On the other axis, we have geographical areas. You can see that in each area, you can read whether this impact or this effect is more or less serious. It's color-coded. And you can also see whether it suffers negative impacts of the climate and whether the local population is aware of the problem. I'm not going to go into the details of this chart, but we can see a picture where we can clearly see that all these phenomena are negatively connected to the impacts of climate change. Very often, people are not particularly aware. In Europe itself, if we look at the report, it seems that people are not as aware as they should be. We've already mentioned this. Many people are related to the phenomena that happens in the mountain, even though they don't live in the mountains. The water cycle is impacted, but also the energy sector is impacted. It's the field I work in. I recently saw a very detailed presentation on this. In general terms, water management will cause issues because it is one of the main energy sources here in the Aosta Valley, but this is true also at the global level. Here we should be able to contain, to limit the problem based on the numbers I've seen because of measures that are being implemented. The infrastructure may prove resilient to the changes in water management in the next 20 to 30 years. So apparently the Aosta Valley is doing a bit better, but the problem is there. We can see other effects on farming, for instance, and on animal farming too. There are different aspects to be taken into account. In Asia and Latin America, very serious impacts are expected in the Aosta Valley and in the Alps. Based on the reports I've seen, again, the problem might be mitigated, but generally speaking, there are areas in the world which will be hit much harder than the Alps, but that doesn't mean that we should feel safe. There are possibilities of extreme events. This is true for Europe as well, floods and landslides, which could cause safety problems as well. Europe itself is not safe from these extreme phenomena, and even the Alps might face hazardous events. As I mentioned, in this context, the Aosta Valley, and I work in the energy sector, I'm not an expert of climate change, but I have seen that we have many activities in the Aosta Valley. This report on an adaptation strategy to climate change, it's a recent document, November 2021, based on previous works and especially on an Alcotra project completed a few years ago, highlights the role of the administrative institutions, the Environment Department, ARPA, and Fondazione Montagna Sicura. So in the Aosta Valley, we have institutions that are working very hard on the issue. And so by reading these documents, I feel I'm in very good hands, if I may say so. But the debate is going on, and we are developing strategies. Studies have already been carried out on what might happen in a pessimistic scenario if no mitigation measures are implemented. Well, in 2050, we could face an increase of temperatures of about 2 Celsius degrees in the mountains, which is a huge increase, and in 2085 would even go up to 4 degrees. This is a scenario in the absence of any mitigation measures. So this is the extreme scenario. This is not what is going to happen in Europe and in the world. Instead, if we implement mitigation processes and decarbonation measures, we are still going to face an increase of 1 degree, which is still a lot. The process has already started. Following speakers will tell you much more about this. So the train has departed. We are already going towards a temperature increase. And even if we stopped all emissions as of tomorrow, the phenomenon would not be stopped because it is already ongoing. And it has great impacts on the biosphere. So even 1 more degree, 1 degree increase should be taken into account in terms of adaptation. Our adaptation strategies is based on 9 pillars. You can, of course, read the document. I'm not going to describe it in detail. 2 phases have been identified. The first one aims at identifying the necessary policies. The second phase has to do with the implementation of such policies and measures. So in the Aosta Valley, there is a lot of awareness, and the debate is already happening. We, as a foundation, have contributed further to the debate, starting from energy, which is the scope of action for these 3 years of work of the foundation, where I will be the coordinator. However, we cannot ignore the fact that energy is based on decisions related to climate change. And that is why this conference today will focus on climate change as well. We've invited international experts who can give an interesting contribution to the discussion that is already going on in the Aosta Valley. So this morning, we are going to hear the scientific approach to climate change, and we will listen to scientific presentations. It is my field of work, so it's particularly interesting for me. The presentations will not be extremely technical, but they will be scientific in nature. In the afternoon, we will involve the stakeholders from the Aosta Valley to talk about energy management and the skiing infrastructure, but we will also have 2 external experts. We will have someone from a ski resort. It is a very famous ski resort in Norway. where the Olympic Games in '94 were organized, I think it will be a very different perspective. It will be extremely interesting. It will be interesting to hear what they are doing in terms of positive impacts as well. And then we will have an American colleague, a US colleague, connected from Colorado. He will present the work of an international association that is working to protect mountains with a focus on climate change. So in the afternoon, after giving a scientific context in the morning, we will have a discussion among experts and people who already work in the mountain field. So this is more or less the program for today. We will start, as you can see, from Professor Peter Wardrams, who is Emeritus Professor at the University of Cambridge. It is a great honor to have him here in Aosta. He's one of the greatest climate experts in the world. Right now, he's a visiting professor at the Turin Politecnico, and he's holding several lessons at the University of Turin and the University of Marche. His presentation will be very significant, scientifically speaking. The professor has led several international projects in his career related to climate change. He did important discoveries in the sector, has written books, so he is a world-renowned expert. I would kindly invite Peter Wardrams to the stage for his presentation. Thank you very much.
Una nota di lavoro, la relazione.
The presentation will, of course, be done in English, but if you need the translation, you have your headsets to listen to the Italian translation. The structure of the presentations is the following. We'll have a report, a presentation. It will have a sort of wide perspective. So we will listen to scientific aspects, and then we'll have time for a Q&A. So immediately after the presentation, we'll have time for Q&A from the audience. I hope you will have questions after the presentations.
We make the change, the switch.
Okay, I understand. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And I'm sorry to be speaking in English, but I'm a refugee from England. What I want to talk about is the present climate emergency, what is happening in climate change, what we can do about it in order to try and mitigate the impacts. When the whole thing started, when people started to realize that the temperature of the planet is connected very closely to the carbon dioxide content. Now we know what the carbon dioxide content of the atmosphere was back to about 1 million years, and this shows what we know from the measurement of gases in ice cores. And we can see that extraordinary change that there's been a series of ice ages, each lasting about 100,000 years, and that in between the ice ages, the carbon dioxide content of the atmosphere stayed between two closely spaced values, a high value and a low, and the high value in between ice ages was 280 parts per million, and the low value during ice ages was 180. So what was extraordinary was the way in which the Earth's natural tendency is to change between these two values of CO2 during an ice age or in between. Now, the trouble is, at the end of the last ice age, we came, the CO2 level rose back up to 250 as it did before. But it didn't stop there. For the first time, it carried on going, and it's now up to 420. And that change is so enormous in relation to everything that the Earth's climate has done for the previous million years, that it's been said that we're now in a new age, a new climate age, a new geological age, which we call the Anthropocene, because we've made such a massive change to the content of the atmosphere. Now, we had no idea what we were doing during the 19th century. Nobody knew what might be happening when you start burning fossil fuels and putting carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. But that was really shown very clearly for the first time in 1896 by Santarelli, a Swedish scientist, who actually happens to be the great uncle of Greta Thunberg, who's now a very active Swedish climate change person. And he was the one who discovered that it's carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, and that the level of carbon dioxide determines how much warming there is. Now, this was how only recently, in 1896, have the gas laws been discovered, the Stefan Boltzmann Law, and we discovered that what happens is that the Earth is emitting thermal radiation to offset the radiation coming in from the sun, and the level of that radiation is affected by the presence of gases in the atmosphere, particularly methane, nitrous oxide, but mainly carbon dioxide. And it was found that this nice curve of energy emitted by the Earth, which should be a nice smooth curve according to the gas laws, is not a nice smooth curve because there's these big holes in it. And the biggest hole of all is this one here, at frequencies corresponding to, okay, that is emissions, the carbon dioxide absorption of the outgoing radiation causes a big hole in the emission curve. And the more carbon dioxide you put into the atmosphere, the deeper that hole is. And that means the less thermal radiation from the Earth gets out and gets back towards the sun. And so the balance of radiation gives us warming. So there's inevitable warming when you increase the CO2 content in the atmosphere. And the more CO2 there is, the more warming you get, which is something that climate change deniers might like to be aware of. And then the next thing that happened is that we ignored that. We realized what was causing global warming. Arrhenius himself said it didn't matter too much because all that extra CO2 would be absorbed by the ocean. But only in 1958 did scientists decide we ought to be monitoring what's happening with the CO2. And so the Scripps Institution of Oceanography, they built an observatory on the top of Mauna Loa, which is a 10,000 feet high volcano in Hawaii. So this avoids local influences. And from then on, every day, carbon dioxide levels and other gases have been measured at Mauna Loa. Now, the trouble there is that this has produced a curve which is probably the most important curve and the most damaging curve in science, in the science of climate, because the level of CO2 has risen every month, every year, and is continually rising in an exponential way. The rate of rise is itself increasing. So here we see the small wiggles are seasonal, but the large change is the large scale change in the level for the entire world. Now, since we showed in that previous graph that if you add CO2, you warm the climate, then this curve of CO2 really is the same thing as a curve for global climate. And there's a very good match between them, because this is the curve for global climate, global average temperature, and we find that it's been rising in pretty much the same way as the CO2 level. And the embarrassing thing for climate scientists is that the average temperature has now reached 1.55 degrees above the pre-industrial level, and we promised, or the scientists promised the world, that we would not let the temperature rise above 2 degrees above pre-industrial, and if possible not more than 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial, but it's already 1.55 degrees above pre-industrial. We failed in one of the aims of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Now, we see how that's happened if we look at this ranking curve. Now, this is a very pretty picture, and my wife has produced a knitting pattern based on this. So if you want a climate change scarf, you can order the pattern from my wife. But what it shows is that if we take a given month of the year, let's take June, say, and the rank here is taking the last 40 years, what was the warmest June in 40 years, and of course we find that it was a close one, very close to the present day, so that's the warmest of each month. The warmest months in history are the months of recent years, not in the months of earlier years. So the red on the right shows the impact of the fact that the warmest months are the newest months, the recent months. Now, most recent of all, of course, was last year, and here new records were set for the hottest days ever measured. 51.8 degrees in Saudi Arabia, and then amazingly 47.9 in British Columbia in Canada, where a small town in a high latitude and high altitude was wiped out by brush fire because it was of the temperature there, which reached unprecedented levels. If we look at the average global temperature, the last 6 years have been the hottest years ever recorded. Now, of course, we got this year. We thought these were records that were set last year that would not be beaten easily, but this year we've already got this terrible effect of 60 degrees in northern India, which is causing terrible deaths. So going back to 1970, when we thought that nothing was changing, the scientists who were measuring, for instance, sea ice in the Arctic showed that the levels in the summer on the left there were that the Arctic wasn't completely frozen over, but in the winter it was, and this would never change. It was thought that it was a permanent position, but of course it didn't. It started to change, and as scientists who study the Arctic now say, you can't argue with the melting point of ice. One of the first things that happens when the climate warms is that anything that's made of frozen water turns into normal water. So the sea ice has melted to a great extent in summer, so the area now is only half what it was before. We find if you look at a particular place in the Arctic, everything's changed. This is northwest Greenland, where we did some hunting working with Inuit hunters to help them hunt polar bears and avoid having their sledges fall through the ice. We put radar on the bottom of the sledges. So this was about 8 years ago, and this was last year. It's exactly the same scene, using exactly the same sledges, looking across the same piece of fjord, but instead of having solid ice there, the dogs are wading through water and in great danger of falling through. The other thing that's happened with the Arctic is that it's warm. Not only is it warming, but it's warming faster than any other part of the world. The amplification effect, which we don't fully understand, is at least 3. So here we see that north of 60 degrees, the warming rate is far greater than at lower latitudes. And one of the effects of that is that places in the Arctic which warm up quicker show big effects. One of them, for instance, is Siberia, and we can see here that the average temperature there has been rising. It's now 6 degrees above the level of 1950, and that's allowed brush fires to form, and not just brush fires like we have in California, but permanent brush fires. That is, as the temperature warms up, the permafrost, that's permanently frozen ground, starts to melt and exudes a variety of flammable materials, including methane. So it starts off brush fires which carry on through the summer and the winter. They won't burn through the summer and they stay dormant but still burning in the winter. Nobody does anything because there's nobody lives in that area, and the Russians are not actually that bothered anyway. But this is distinct from the shorter period brush fires, which we're used to now in California, Australia, and other countries where a burning carries on for a limited length of time. This is where I happened to be driving past Pasadena when a brush fire started in a canyon. It looked like a building, but in fact it was a forested region. So that's sort of typical of what happens now in California. The ice has been vanishing, and we don't any longer, not only is a smaller area, but we don't any longer get the very thick ice called multi-year ice that used to be the main ice element in the Arctic. Because of the absence of multi-year ice, we can't do things anymore in the Arctic that we used to do. These were ice camps where we did experimental work all through the winter in huts, but you can't establish those huts anymore because they're established by air, and there's so much ice cracking going on because of the warmer weather that you can't operate aircraft or helicopters anymore in the Arctic. So we have to if we work in the Arctic, we have to free ships into the ice. To measure how thick the ice is, you have to go underneath the ice because satellites can't measure the thickness from the surface very accurately. So British and American submarines have been working up there. This shows a British one surfacing, and this shows scientists having the normal uncomfortable berths that the Navy gives to you if you're a scientist. That is, you sleep in the rack next to the torpedoes. And this is what you measure. You see the thickness distribution of the ice. These deep features are called pressure ridges, and they're where the wind has pushed the ice up into a ridge up to 40 or 50 meters deep. When this is averaged out over the whole Arctic and every region of the Arctic, we find that the average thickness is about half of what it was in the 1970s. The blue are measurements from 7 different regions of the Arctic by submarine done in the 50s and then in the 90s. And the difference is about 50% on thickness, and it's 50% on area. So that means 75% of the volume of ice in the Arctic has disappeared. Some consequences of that, I'll just run through them very quickly. One is loss of increasing acidification of the ocean. The pH level of the ocean has gone down, which is because there's more carbon dioxide in the atmosphere dissolving in the ocean to give carbonic acid, and the increased acidification will eventually cause the loss of shells, of shellfish, and foraminifera, which are plankton made of shells, shell plankton, which normally sinks to the seabed and helps to rid the world of carbon dioxide, but will stop doing that soon. There's an immediate threat to the world of a big burst of methane emissions. This is because we have a region of the Arctic. The Arctic Ocean is about 1/3 shallow continental shelf. That's the light blue, and 2/3 oceanic depths. The continental shelf is so shallow that it's underlaid by methane-laden sediment. That's a sediment called methane hydrate, which when you dig it up looks like this, except that it catches fire spontaneously because it's largely methane is the content of this hydrate. And here it is coming out of a hole in the ice and spontaneously. Now, the Russians have been doing most of the work in this area in the East Siberian Sea, and what they see is huge plumes of methane coming from the seabed. This is measured by sonar, and reaching the surface of the sea without dissolving and being released into the atmosphere. Here's some photos taken by autonomous vehicle of the bubble plumes sitting against ice and emerging through the ice. Now, it was thought for a while that the methane level in the atmosphere had flattened off and reached some kind of constant level. There's no reason why it should have done that, but people were relieved and thought we don't have to worry anymore. But then this lasted about 10 years, from 2000 to 2010, and then the level started rising again. And this shows a methane measuring station in the Canadian Arctic, and it shows the red shows the new acceleration of methane. And then here on the right, we see what's happened globally, that the methane level, which flattened, has now accelerating upwards faster than the CO2 level, which we see on the left. So methane is now in a race for which is going to become the most potent greenhouse gas. Methane is more potent in itself, but it dissipates after about 10 years because of the effect of the atmosphere, whereas carbon dioxide stays more or less forever. Another methane impact, which is making methane relatively more important, is biological, because we're eating too many cows. If you look at this is a to scale picture of how many cows there are, how many humans, and how much wildlife. The wildlife is the little bit in the corner. That's 4% of the mass of living matter on the Earth. 36% is the mass of humans, but 60% is the mass of cows and pigs and other ruminant livestock, which we eat. And various analyses have been done here of what percentage of global warming is due to livestock, to cows. And I was surprised to discover how high it is. I thought it was sort of initially a kind of joke. You should stop eating cows because it's better to be a vegetarian. But in fact, because cows are ruminants and are constantly generating methane in their stomachs, the total amount produced from the fact that we're eating more cows today because the Chinese are starting to eat meat, other countries are getting more affluent, and the loss is something like 30 to 40% of total global warming, which seems impossible, but is in fact the case, is due to eating meat. So the very rapid way to cure global warming is for everybody to stop eating meat. But that, of course, will not happen. That's cows. The next thing is sea level rise. Well, now this is something we can't do anything about. Cows we can. But if we look at now, the chief source of sea level rise in the world used to be warming of the ocean, but now it's deposition of meltwater from Greenland and Antarctica into the ocean. Now, Greenland, as you can see, is an island with a very high dome of ice in the middle, and that's about 3,000 meters high. Now, that never used to melt, even in summer, because of its elevation. But now global warming is happening. We're finding increasing melt of the Greenland ice sheet in summer, and that is giving us a big contribution to global warming. In fact, the biggest contribution to sea level rise at the moment is coming from Greenland, and the second biggest from Antarctica. So the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which used to be incredibly complacent about this, its predictions of the amount of sea level rise by the end of the century have gone very much higher, to at least 1 meter. And there are scientists who think it will be more like 4 meters. And I think one of the greatest of those is Stefan, who is a scientist who worked in the Arctic. He was Swiss, and he had a base on the Greenland ice sheet. And unfortunately, a couple of years ago, he fell down a crevasse and was killed. But he would believe that we would get 4 meters of sea level rise from the melt of Greenland by the end of the century, and that would be a catastrophe. But we can see how Greenland is melting, and I was lucky enough to be visiting the top of the Greenland ice sheet on August the 1st, 2019, which was a day on which was the maximum ice loss from Greenland on a single day, which was 12.5 billion tons. The reason there was such a high ice loss that day was because there was shirt sleeve weather that day, 21 degrees on the top of the ice sheet at 3,000 meters above sea level. Just incredible. But that was the ice, completely everything gone that wasn't ice. And then this is a view looking across the ice sheet at a phenomenon which has really only been revealed recently, called black ice. That is, the ice sheet accumulates new snow every year, but nowadays that snow melts in the summer, and the accompanying dirt and soot and everything that falls on the ice sheet with the snow, as the ice sheet melts and the snow runs away into the ocean, you leave the dirt behind. And so the ice gets darker and darker, and that means it has a lower and lower albedo and is reflecting less and less energy back into space. So it's heating up faster because it's getting blacker, and it's black ice because it's dirtier. So we're doing and here's some cases of the ice where you can't see the ice, the white stuff. You can see the black covering, and you can see the meltwater rushing away through, forming its own waterfalls and fast flowing rivers. So we've been doing work last year and this year. We've been sampling the ice, we've had a gang, in this case, we've had a gang of rally drivers helping us because they were doing a rally on the ice sheet. And here's a rally driver turned scientist. And here's a rally driver who's still a rally driver, that's Jensen Button. That work is being analysed in the Politecnico to show how much of that dirt is recent, how much comes from all the brush fires happening in North America, and how much of it is maybe coming from the Sahara, which is the other big source of dust. So we're looking at the source levels of the darkening of the Greenland ice sheet. This is anyway, sea level is rising, and not only sea level rising from that, but sea level is rising because of a slower loss of ice, which is coming from the melting of permafrost. And more than half of the continent of Asia is covered with permafrost, which is permanently frozen ground. You could build houses on it, but it's beginning to thaw out, and the permafrost is made of dirty, mucky, living matter, which is frozen. It's like putting something in the freezer at home and then forgetting to look at it for a long while. But as it melts, that becomes active again, and this vegetation starts to emit various gases, one of which is carbon dioxide, the other one of which is methane. So this shows the warming of one site in north of Alaska. And when you look at that, you sort of think, well, is this the chief source of methane, of new methane at the moment? Methane is growing. So we've got a huge host of sources of methane. It's not simple like carbon dioxide where you're burning fossil fuels. With methane, you have a lot of natural sources, and you have a lot of anthropogenic sources. That's us. And the anthropogenic sources are things like livestock, as I mentioned, rice growing, where the methane is emitted from the growing rice stalks in water, landfill, which is rubbish being thrown on a heap and fermenting, and the emissions from fires, brush fires, and from burning of fossil fuels. So there's lots of different sources of methane, of atmospheric methane. Now, if we look at the methane and the carbon dioxide together, we find that they create a warming which is so much faster in the Arctic that it's reducing the temperature difference between the Arctic and the tropics. And this has amazing effects which we're noticing for the last decade, which are these extraordinary phenomena of weather events. And the weather events develop because we start off the jet stream, which is the wind that separates the polar air mass from the tropical air mass, has started to break up from being a straight line almost into a meandering mess, which is what we see here. And it's meandering because the temperature difference between the polar air mass and the tropical air mass is being reduced because the polar air mass is warming, and that reduces the driving force for this wind. So the wind gets less, and as it gets less, it gets to be more meandering. And as it gets more meandering, that allows warm air to move northwards to places it shouldn't be, and cold air to move southwards to places it shouldn't be. Like the Midwest of the US is shown here as warm, and the eastern seaboard is shown as cold. So you get unusual cold and hot weather events, which we see as these world record typhoons and heat waves. This is what it showed, what's happening now on the right compared to what used to happen on the left. And this is not going to stop. The trouble is, when it happens, these events happen in mid-latitudes in the northern hemisphere. And those mid-latitudes are simply the places where most of our crops are grown. That's the brown areas here are the areas of maximum productivity. And you can see it's in North America, across Europe, through the Ukraine, or at least used to be in the Ukraine. And all of that area is where most of the world's crops grow, and that's the area that's being disrupted by these weather events. And the other thing that's happening, of course, is the general warming, which is bringing us temperatures at least 2 degrees above pre-industrial, which reduces the yield of all crops, all the known crops that we use on the left there, you can see when you get above 2 degrees of warming, the yield goes down severely. So we're now trying to grow more crops because we've got a bigger population in a warmer climate in which it's harder to grow crops because of disruption by weather events and the warming itself. So we're in a bad way. And we already see that from, this is the rise in the average cost of food done by the UN since 2000. It's more than double what it used to cost. And that's affecting all of the poor countries of the world very severely. And we see some of those at the top there. Also, Africa will be an extreme case because this is the UN's predictions of what the population will be by 2100. And we see about a typical 30% rise. But when you look down the bottom of the map, Africa is going to quadruple in population by the end of the century. And how do we grow the food for 4 times as many people in Africa when our productivity is already being cut back by extreme weather events? So what do we do about it? We're doing our best in the sense of Europe and North America reducing their carbon emissions by a little bit, largely because China and India have taken over as the main producers of CO2 through making everything that we used to make in Europe. And we ourselves are not only transferring all our factories to China, but we're not even that effective at replacing our energy sources. That's the 3 big ones of gas, oil and coal, by renewable energy, which are the little peaks on the right-hand side, which should be dominant now, but they're not. That's wind, wave, and geothermal and water. So I think okay. So this is what is what is being recommended, unfortunately, by the wrong people, and that's that instead of business as usual increases our climate impact all the time, we can cut those emissions by reducing our carbon emissions, but we can't make the climate cool because the CO2 stays in the atmosphere forever, virtually. So it's no point in reducing our emissions of CO2. We've got to get rid of CO2. And the green shows what we could achieve if we did remove CO2 from the atmosphere by technical methods. And we can also try changing the radiation balance, that's the SRM. So there's much self-gratification and amongst the UN in 2015 when the Paris Climate Agreement occurred, and they were very pleased that they'd solved the climate problem. In fact, they hadn't even started, because the start consists taking away, first of all, reducing carbon emissions to a low level. We haven't done that. This is why we haven't done it. There's 2 things. You can reduce the emissions to a low level, and you can take carbon out of the atmosphere. Reducing the emissions is the only thing that the UN says we should do. But when you look at what we've achieved in that, it's non-existent. This is the CO2 level rising as always, and the little figures there are UN meetings where it was agreed how we should reduce emissions. And the last one, second from the right, is the Paris Climate Agreement. So there's been no impact that agreement has had on CO2 levels, and none of man's activities have had any impact on CO2 at all. So when we say we're tackling CO2, we're not. Then other ways of doing it, we can release finely divided water into clouds to brighten the clouds. I think that would work, and it's been tested and it does work, and that brightens the clouds, increases the reflection of clouds and reduces the temperature. We can produce, we can get rid of CO2 by heating waste, agricultural waste under low oxygen conditions, and that produces a material called biochar, which can be dug into the soil and also takes out carbon dioxide. This is the stuff that's used in California, which is pistachio nuts. But the way that's being used most, and it's the way that's being developed here in Italy, is simply removing carbon dioxide from the air by putting the air through scrubbers, which dissolve the CO2 into sodium hydroxide, and then you get rid of the gas in some way, like burying it, and or turning it into something useful. And there's a company in California that turns into something useful, and that company is setting up a plant here in Italy with Politecnico, the Politecnico, and that turns gets rid of the carbon dioxide, turns it with calcium oxide into limestone, fake limestone. I've got some with me, so if anybody wants to see some carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, we can show it to you later. This shows this stuff turned into concrete, and it's the world's only carbon negative concrete, and it was used in a demonstration here to re-roof the terminal of an airport, San Francisco airport. The other way is not to turn it into anything, but just bury it in a place where there's huge caverns that can accept carbon dioxide. And one of those is in Iceland. And the company that we're working with here in Italy, Climeworks, also has a plant in Iceland. And the biggest plant is in Iceland, where they use geothermal heat as the source of energy to do the job. And then the carbon dioxide is buried in these volcanic caverns. This is being done in other places as well, including Canada, where they have heat energy from lakes. So just to end to say that this is what's going on at the moment, and it's not enough to actually bring us out of the climate emergency we're in. And so we sort of depend, we older, elderly scientists depend on young people to bring about the things that we failed to bring about. And of course, one of these is Greta Thunberg. And I think we look to people of that age, and especially those who are doing their courses in Italian universities and polytechnics to be able to adopt enough, to do enough to be able to bring about this relief of the climate emergency. So if you want to read more about this, I've got a book out called Ferro to Ice, and you can read the Italian translation, Addio ai ghiacci, which was done by my wife, and there's a very nice film out called Ice on Fire, which you might want to see, produced by Leonardo DiCaprio, where he actually goes and visits all the places where carbon capture is being done and shows how it's done. Okay, so I always end with a polar bear and a comment by the UN that if ice disappears, polar bears lose their habitat and will become extinct. So if only for the sake of polar bears, we should try to save the planet.
I think we have to share the microphone, or maybe I move there. And no, stay, Peter. Okay. Switch back to Italian. I think you. Ci sono molte domande che possiamo fare.
There are many questions that we could ask. I would have many. Also related to my main work. You mentioned carbon capture. This is very interesting for me, but we can take one or two questions at the most. So instead of me asking questions, I would leave it to the participants. If you have any questions for Peter, if anybody has questions, even the young students who are here, please feel free to raise your hand and ask questions. You will see and feel the impacts of these phenomena. So please, if you have any questions, let us know. There's one over there. I would like to ask the following. Some time ago, I watched a documentary and I saw that in Antarctica, the Helsing platform is thawing. Has the situation stabilized, or what is the situation like?
Okay, so have you understood? Yeah, there is a decrease in the Arctic of the platform. Which platform?
The Helsing platform? The Helsing platform?
A periodic phenomenon about the posso parlare in italiano, forse meglio. Chiaramente la temperatura sta creando molta instabilità in queste piattaforme. Quest'anno c'è stato un altro.
Here we had ice shelf which fractured in a very short period of time. So it is not, the situation is not stuck, and climate change and rising temperatures are existing phenomena. But I mean, it's not as linear as we might think. We saw it before. The process is not linear. We don't always have heat, heat, and heat. So it's not easy to find a pattern. We've seen that it gets hotter and hotter, it's true, but polar air in winter sometimes reaches lower latitudes. This phenomenon is very complex, but yes, platforms are very unstable. That's the short answer.
Okay, so I have another short question before moving to the next speaker. So Peter, you emphasized a lot at the end of your presentation about maybe the necessity of carbon removal. So there was a paper on Nature, I think 3 years ago, that was discussing that even if we stop the emission, this phenomenon of the capture from the air will be necessary anyway. So from your study, are you convinced that this activity of geoengineering will be necessary?
Yes, I think it will. I mean, I feel tremendously strongly that the course we're on with the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change is useless. I mean, that it's useless to reduce our carbon emissions and do nothing else. It's a small help, but only a small help. We have to get rid of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, and we can do that in different ways. We need to develop ways that work and put them into effect. So one of them is air capture, as I've mentioned here, but air capture is expensive, and it's more expensive than people thought because of the energy you need to separate carbon dioxide from the other gases. It's an entropy problem. So it may be that it's better to do it by taking carbon dioxide out of the ocean than taking it out of the air. But something needs to be done. We need to do a carbon dioxide removal technique that works. Otherwise, I think we're lost because we will simply have a climate that continues to warm up.
Ok, yeah. Questo è un commento significativo a mio avviso, quello che si ritiene, come avete capito, comunque la questione di management del carbonio legate a questioni di geoengineering, cioè quindi rimozione dalla biosfera, potrebbero essere appunto necessari per questo tipo di fenomeno. C'è un commento?
Sì, grazie. Mi alzo un attimo, scusate. Peter ha menzionato questa sciarpa che si fa del clima. Se volete vi possiamo mandare Lo schema è molto molto interessante perché comincia dalle anomalie che erano più fredde e guardate negli ultimi anni dove siamo arrivati. Io voglio anche pubblicizzare Polar Educators International, che può essere un network molto importante per educatori polari, e vi lascio questi stickers qui. Io sono vicepresidente.
I am a vice president. We're very active on an international level, and I also wanted to show you the scarf, and the pattern is available. Peter, thank you very much for your contribution. I think, oh, there's still one more question.
Thank you. Among the consequences illustrated in your presentation of the climate change, which is the worst and why, in your opinion?
Well, I think that the worst consequence in the near future is this possibility of a huge methane emission from the Arctic Ocean, because that could give us at least a degree of warming within a year or two. It would be a real catastrophe. In the longer term, there are many, all the others are really the growth in carbon dioxide is the worst. But in the short term, we could have a real catastrophe from the seabed erupting with methane. That's my fear, that what might happen.
Grazie. Beh, sono problemi da affrontare.
Problems that will have to be dealt with. I would like to thank Peter very much. Thank you. And now we will move on to the second speaker. Who is from the Joint Research Center of the Italian National Institute for Environmental Protection. Zampieri has a PhD in physics, and for the past 20 years had studied modeling of weather, and in that world he has authored more than 50 articles on climate change. In this moment he is working in the JRC, that is to say the European Union Federal Research Center, and he is working the one near S.p.A, which is one of the European JRCs, where he studies climate change and extreme events and the effects that they can have on agricultural, on agriculture on a world level, on farming. Thank you very much, Massimo. Thank you very much to all the organizers for having invited me. And thank you also to the participants for being here. My name is Matteo Zampieri, and I work for the European Commission in the Joint Research Center, which is a research center that generates the science that is then used to determine policies. It's in the Lake Maggiore area. We'll be talking about the climate changes at a general level, but in particular with reference to mountains. How can I work this little device? I'm not sure. This presentation was also with the contribution of my colleagues who are also co-authors of the IPCC report. This was my presentation. I will be talking about the importance of mountains in a very brief manner, because Professor Santarelli has already outlined it very clearly. I will also be talking about global climate change at a general level, and in particular the impact that this has on mountain areas. Mountains and Alps in particular are a very important source of water, source and store of fresh water. In fact, it's water that is then used nearly all Western Europe. They're also a source of biodiversity with a wealth of species, very important for our survival, and also have a very important tourist, cultural, and spiritual inspiration. Here I put some images of the Mont Blanc and of the Matterhorn, given that I'm then at the institute where I work on Lake Maggiore, and then on another image, which is the San Quirico Hill. It's not a mountain, it's near Angera, which is not a mountain, but I spoke about this event because we're not used to seeing fires, such big fires in this part of the world. Now, climate change is not the only thing that we're interested in and which puts us at risk as a species. The loss of biodiversity is extremely important, as is the flow of fertilizers that we are putting into the system. These two aspects or facets of anthropic impact go beyond what the system can absorb. As far as climate change is concerned, luckily, we're still in an area where our actions could determine a change towards a system which is more favorable to it, or situation. The reason why we should be concerned is given to what you can see on the right. That is to say, it shows the temperature in the last 100,000 years. The human species was already present on Earth, but it's only been in the past 10,000 years that thanks to a stable climate, our society invented agriculture and developed as a result. So we have to do all that is possible not to abandon this state of civilization, which has made us the dominant species on Earth. The problem that we're dealing with is a problem of threshold. That is to say, of points of non-return or tipping points. The graph on the left, here you can see a system. We normally think of a system with several interconnected systems, but a system that operates in a linear manner. So if you have stress, if you stress it, the system shifts in space by a proportional amount. In fact, we are not in a linear one. It's like the picture on the right. There are several processes that are interconnected, and we're in a situation where if we apply stress to the system initially will not budge, and then at a certain point it will reach a level, a tipping point, where there is a catastrophe. The image is also shown by the left. You have a stable system. The ball, even if the ball shifts a little bit, it'll go back. While on the right, you can see that this is a different system where if the ball moves a bit, it goes in a completely different balance, and it is a tipping point beyond which there is no return. The Earth system is a system like this. We know that for astronomical reasons, the Earth system goes through glacial part, and now we're in an interglacial period, and we're in a situation where our decisions will lead us to be a favorable space to a space where we will exceed that, and the system could become so unbalanced and probably leading to situations which do not favor us. Here you can see there are a number of different processes that communicate. Some of them are already at risk. The processes represented in yellow are the ones which are already at risk. Heating between 1 and 3 degrees, which have already taken place, because we have already heated the Earth by more than 1 degree compared to the pre-industrial period. Glaciers And you can see it on the left, the Mont Blanc Glacier, and talking about something very different, the coral reef. And here you can see the so-called blanching of the coral reef. It kills all the corals and their biodiversity, but also production of food for that is part of the chain that feeds humans. The governments united and decided to establish the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, which is a body of the UN with the aim to assess on a comprehensive, objective, open, and transparent basis, as you can read here, the scientific, technical, and social economic information relevant to understand it. It issues a report, I think, every 7 years in 3 groups. The first group is on knowledge and tries to understand what is happening. A second group tries to understand what the impact is and possible adaptation. And a third group which tries to understand how to mitigate it and how to reduce the emission of greenhouse gases. This slide shows how each one of the reports of the IPCC led to changes in policies. First of all, accepting the problem, then deciding to contain temperature within 2 degrees, and more recently, with the Paris Agreement, 2015, the agreement to try and limit the increase to 1.5 degrees. These changes in policies, in climate policies, are also part of the Sustainable Development Goals and the Green Deal, as Massimo illustrated. The new report that has just been issued confirms all I declared in previous reports, but also highlights with new evidence and gives us updated reports. For example, this is a reconstruction of the CO2 levels in the Earth atmosphere 3 million years ago. Results show us the fact that the last time that they had present levels, it was at least 2 million years ago. This slide shows the most recent temperature reconstructions for the past 2,000 years with various proxies. We built it such as tree rings and so on. But the black line here, you can see measurements with thermometers, which are then compared on the right with the climate models that are used to study climate change. These models show that the digital models or numerical models which enable us to carry out experiments which we couldn't do really on the Earth, to see how the temperature changes with the anthropic sources. In this case, the models reproduce the temperature observed, or you can simulate it, seeing what the temperature would have been had there not been a human contribution. And you can see that the model shows a stable climate as one could have expected. Unfortunately, temperature changes are also linked to extreme events which have an impact on our society. You will observe here the division of the Earth in areas: Europe, Western Europe, the Mediterranean. The red colors show the regions where we observe a significant change with the temperature extremes, nearly all regions. So the 3 dots, when you can say with a degree of confidence that these changes are anthropic, or not. Here you can see the same analysis, but referred to heavy precipitation, slightly more complex because precipitation varies. Doesn't match temperature trends. It tends to decrease where there is very little and more where there is more. In Western Central Europe, we've had more extreme events, in some cases probably due to the anthropic effect on the climate. Now, where present and projected changes are concerned, we can say that extreme events are doomed to increase in amount and frequency. Let us take, for example, 10-year events, which in the pre-industrial world happened every 10 years. Now, there are 10 dots, and if we increase the temperature of the Earth, frequency increases dramatically, and we hope that it will never increase by 4 degrees. But there are significant differences between 1.5 degrees and 2 degrees of warming. Every time these events take place, they're also associated with more intense events, and you can see it, the bars below. The central panel shows the same, but for more extreme events that used to take place once every 50 years. And again, you can see it, that they would become yearly if the temperature increased by 4 degrees centigrade, and likewise for precipitation, albeit with a lower frequency. Now, the problem is that changes may be faster than what you think. For instance, if we count the number of days when there are temperatures exceeding 35 degrees centigrade, in the next 30 years, we see that there are regions that will have drastic and alarming changes. Also, because of what Professor Wadhams was saying, that is to say that the population in tropical areas is going to increase more than other areas. Here you can see in B the increase of precipitation. In the Mediterranean, there will be less rain. The report analyzes the so-called compound extreme events. Why are these important? Well, we can understand this in a very simple manner. If we refer it to our personal experience as an individual, we could have financial problems or health problems, which, if seen separately, they could be manageable. But if they are together, it's different. This is true for society and ecosystems faced with changes. This graph shows the number of the regions in the world that have displayed a significant change for each one of these indicators of the climate change. Variables that can be correlated to an actual impact. All regions show variation of at least 5, some 10, and about 50%, at least 15 of these indicators. As is clear, greenhouse gas emissions play a very important role, not only for CO2, but for the other gases. These are the scenarios that are used for climate models to see what the future changes will be. Each and every one of these scenarios would lead us to a different climate by the end of this century. The bluish one is the one where we would stay within 1.5. The darker ones are 2 degrees. So the only way to remain with 1.5 means that we have to become carbon neutral by 2050, which doesn't mean that we stop with emissions, but at least to see that the emissions do not exceed what the oceans and forests can absorb. Here you can see on the bar chart on the right that the main role of is CO2, but other gases such as methane. And since we are in a situation, every reduction of CO2 plays a role because we have already heated the Earth by 1.1, which means we have 0.4 degrees. According to the Paris Agreement, this is very important. And one of the ways in which in the short term we might mitigate it is to reduce the emission of methane, which could be easier than reducing the CO2 emissions because of a number of aspects.
The new report in the third working group looks at all the ways that exist to limit the emission of greenhouse gases, and it also calculates the economic benefit. The blue bars show the cases where CO2 emissions can be limited, and it's also economically advantageous, and we can mainly see wind and solar, so it makes sense to invest in these energies. They are even more efficient because of new technologies, and new policies also makes it viable to implement other methods to reduce emissions. Everything counts. I would like now to share some examples of analysis for the mountains and the Alps. I only have one technical slide. Let's say that in the mountains we can see a dependence of warming at different heights. At zero, snow melts because of warming. Snow reflects the light, so the soil absorbs more light, and in these areas, therefore, we can see higher warming rates than in other areas, and there are more complex effects, including aerosols due to black carbon, due to the combustion of fossil fuels. This is an analysis of snowfall in the Western Alps. These are direct measures of snowfall, in this case in spring. These are temporal series from France and Switzerland. They give us a chance to go back in time. What we can see is that there have been significant changes in the past as well, especially between the 30s and the 60s. These can be explained quite easily because of a climate oscillation that is studied. We don't just study climate change, but also all the natural forms of climate variation, including this one called Atlantic oscillation. This oscillation happens every 30 years, more or less. So you have an alternation of cold and warm phases. It has important repercussions, including on snowfall over the Alps. Now, this temperature oscillation, this Atlantic oscillation, also impacts on the Earth global warming. It is responsible for this variation. So global warming sometimes accelerates and sometimes slows down, but as it is clear from this picture, climate change tends to prevail over these other phenomena. This is another study that shows how river flows coming from the Alps change. On the vertical axis, you see the months of the year, where we have the maximum flow of the Po River, highlighted with the red line, over a long period of time. This is the Rhine, the purple line is the Danube, and the green is the road. You can see in all cases an anticipation of the moment when most of the water comes down from the mountains. This is due to several reasons. First of all, because thawing happens earlier, especially on the short term, while if we look at the longer term, well, this is a much more complicated phenomenon. It's still related to climate change. There's more rainfall in winter rather than in summer, and also precipitations are mainly in the form of rain rather than snow, so it doesn't accumulate on the mountains, but it immediately flows down to valley. This is another study that looks at the impacts in the valleys. This study looks at all changes in the management of paddy fields in northern Italy. These are very complex changes related to climate. What I'd like to emphasize is that in the last 40 years, rice has been planted on dry soil, irrigating paddy fields only at a later stage. This helps saving water at the beginning of the season, but then it requires more water at a second stage, because the water needs to get to the rice fields. This might not be compatible with climate changes and with what we looked at before. I am showing here a recent study based on high-resolution climate models. It focuses on the Alps. On the top, you can see how temperature changes in 3 different scenarios. The blue one is the scenario where we would be within the 2 degrees temperature increase. And then we have above and 4 degrees. If we look at the blue line, you see that the Alps would warm in line with the global average, but there are some seasonal differences. In summer, we would have a higher rise in temperature than in the winter. The same study shows a reconstruction of the quantity of snowfall in winter on Mont Blanc using methods that can yield very accurate results on the local level. In black and gray, you can see the observations and reconstructions related to the present and the past, while projections are depicted with colored lines. Now, these lines show much less oscillations because they are the average of many different models, but we could see greater oscillations. These are the averages, and that's why we see less variation than we see in reality. If we focus on the top right, for instance, we can see that in the blue scenario, the quantity of snow remains stable. It goes down a bit, but much less than in the other scenarios, and the same is true also for high altitudes. Let me draw some conclusions. The Alps and the Earth in general are threatened by climate change, and therefore we have to act now. Climate neutrality by 2050 is the key, and Europe, the EU, is paving the way because it has this goal. However, as individuals, we can also help with our personal choices. We can reduce our impact on climate change, but also on the environment at large. For instance, by changing our diet. It doesn't mean we have to eat less. It just means we have to choose different food. As we heard before, beef is quite unsustainable. It is not necessary to become vegetarian, but we can choose chicken or poultry or pork or fish. It's certainly, to a certain extent, but it's certainly much more sustainable than red meat for various reasons, not just related to climate. To give you a number, if we manage to halve our impacts over 10 years, then we would significantly contribute to a sustainable future for the Earth. That's all I had to say. Thank you very much for your attention.
Grazie Matteo, anche qua molti spunti.
Thank you very much. Quite impressive what you said. I mean, apart from individual phenomena, there can be triggers that can have a non-proportional impact. And this is one of the impressive characteristics of climate change. Now, once again, I'd like to give the floor to the audience if there are any questions. We have time for a couple of questions. One question at the back.
Grazie, avrei due domande per il dottor Zampieri.
I have a couple of questions for Professor Zampieri and one for Professor Santarelli, if that is possible. For Professor Zampieri, last week, we saw that CO2 concentrations are above 421, unbelievable. Science says that thanks to digging in the Antarctic, we went down to more than 3,000 meters. So it is very clear for us to know what the CO2 emission was up until 800,000 years ago. Between 180 and 280, as we heard. Now, you mentioned the medium Pliocene, so let's say 2 million years ago. I was wondering, in your opinion, can we expect that we can go back to 2 million years ago, because scientific evidence so far stopped at 800,000 years ago, and they don't go back to 2 million years ago? So that's the first question. And then, in addition to these solutions, do you think that the impact of sustainable finance, so stopping funding companies that don't care about the future of the next generations, do you think that could be a feasible solution? And for Professor Santarelli, your opinion as an expert in energy, do you think that the discussion in Brussels among different countries in Europe on including or not in the taxonomy nuclear energy, do you think it would be appropriate or not? Thank you. Well, thank you for these questions. Good questions. I am not an expert of ice. I work on number models in more recent times, but what I can tell you on the reconstructions of CO2 is that the IPCC report is as clear, as transparent as possible. However, it doesn't give any clear-cut statement. All the statements that are included in the report have a certain level of confidence and a certain level of probability, as it is done in science. But the confidence level is quite high. All studies agree in supporting that statement of the IPCC report. As for the other question, once again, I'm not an economist, but I do believe so. I believe that it is important to find a way to reward those companies that care about the environment, I think that there is an indicator including a group of stocks that I can't remember the name now, but I think that Tesla has recently been excluded from that indicator. But yes, I do agree with you on the topic of sustainable finance. It should be one of the directions and approaches. As for your last question, technically speaking, my answer would be no. The materials used for existing nuclear plants, we're talking about fission, are part of, in a closed system like the Earth is, are over. We've run out of them, so I would say no. But if we expanded the discussion, we would only have solar energy for the lifetime of the sun. So if we would go to extremes, even solar energy is not renewable forever. It will end when the sun dies, but that's, of course, a span of time that goes beyond the survival of humanity. As for other materials, lithium or catalysts, iridium, ruthenium, all new technologies related to renewables need raw materials that are non-renewable, if you will. I can make an example. My colleague from California made a calculation. I think he maybe presented it at the previous meeting. If California could shift to renewables, but then there's a mismatch between sources and consumption. Let's make the example of batteries. In California, to match consumption and sources of energy, we would need 10 times as much lithium as we know is available on our planet, as far as we know. So there are many unsustainable aspects, even in renewables. We have to somehow find a compromise, waiting for fusion, which might be the holy grail. And I will close here. At the end of the day, even though I don't think that nuclear energy should be included in the taxonomy, I do believe it could be one of the solutions, one of the possible contributions, let's put it that way, to the solution of climate change. In scientific terms, it's a very high quality source of energy. We know that it poses issues due also to the context. A reactor, a power plant is not isolated, so the context conditions can be risky in themselves. It's quite controversial, but in terms of contribution to the problem of climate change, that could be very important. That is true. There's a comment, I think, which unfortunately we cannot hear. Now we have sediments at the bottom of the sea, but measures of CO2 are derived from other archives. The circles in tree trunks back to 5,000 years ago, ice 800,000 years ago. We're trying to see whether we can go back to 1.5 million ago again in Antarctica under Italian lead. But for instance, sea sediments go back 2-3 millions of years, and they give us information. We can reconstruct the history of the Earth with a certain approximation, of course, due to the quality of our archives and the ability to preserve information. And I mean type and quantity of information. Theoretically, though, we could go back to billions of years ago. So those 2, 3, 4 million years ago are taken from other sources, not from ice. Okay, so I would thank once again Mr. Matteo Zampieri for the very interesting presentation, at least for me. Thank you. Thank you very much for your contribution. We have a coffee break now, and we will resume our works at 11:15. Thank you. Thank you very much, Matteo.
Let us now resume. We have two speakers in the second half and then a round table. The third speaker is one of the important Italian climate change scientists, Dr. Vito Vitale, and it is our pleasure and honor to have him here in Aosta. He is the director of the Institute of Polar Sciences, ISP in Bologna, and he is an expert and he carries out research on the surfaces and how they impact on short and long wavelengths. He has also been involved in polar research since '86, both in the Arctic and the Antarctic, and he works in the Arctic station of Italy, and the contribution, as you heard, is very important, and you will see from the presentation. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your presentation, but I will be presenting in Italian, so you won't hear my terrible English. For a long time, maybe too long, I have been working in the polar regions, in the Antarctic, and in the past 10-15 years in the Arctic. I'm trying to deal with the issue differently, and I will give a different idea, since in the first part, you can see things linked to the climate change, and a further presentation would have added just a few more details, but I think it might be interesting to see it in terms of the fact that the polar regions and mountain regions share a lot. They share a lot, points of contact, through which we see that their interaction, their dialoguing is not useless. So here I have brought a summary and outline. First of all, we have to focus on which are these analogies and why we should consider the mountain and polar regions, especially as far as climate changes are important, because on some number of things they're very different, but on this topic, they have similarities that relate to them, where they interface. I've tried to generate energy in the Antarctic and the polar regions, especially because I needed energy, and measuring the atmosphere, I need to do it with a clean area. If I'm measuring CO2, I cannot work with a generator that emits CO2. So anybody, if you wishes to measure the atmosphere and the gases, must be in a, quote, clean, unquote, end of quote, area, the more so in a polar area. What we're doing now at the Italian Antarctic station to try and develop this energy sustainability, what we called Green Mare Zucchelli Station. That is to say, the actions to make our station more sustainable in terms of its footprint, and some ideas which have been developed through this experience on the useful systems to generate the little energy that is required for our scientific activity, but also to communities that are there. Although the local areas are not very big, the villages are at the most 1,000 to 2,000 residents. On areas that are very in the North American, Canadian, and Alaska, there are about 150,000 people altogether. So clear, the villages and communities have populations that count 10,000. I mean, we're talking about There are less than 10,000 people in the capital. So here, of the area. So here we're dealing with issues in a particular world, and then we have to see how our scientific knowledge and what I do could be useful in terms of the improvement of the smart capabilities. So hybrid off-grid power systems for remote and harsh environments and improvement of smart capabilities. Now let us see what the analogies are between mountain areas and polar areas. Polar and mountain areas are the ones that are most sensitive to climate change. They are some of the areas where the climate change is being felt most, but for a reason that are very different. In the polar areas, there is the so-called polar amplifications. That is to say, the conditions of the system, this non-linear system, means that changes, the climate changes, is mirrored in a magnification of the system, which is magnified in mountains. The fact that I see the impact on the environment is because I'm in a border area, and the mountain, when the temperature changes, drastically changes. So, for example, the snow line. So these are two areas where changes can be perceived very strongly, more strongly than elsewhere. They have extreme conditions. We're talking about high mountain cold temperature. It can also be extreme in the desert, but it's not cold. Here we have snow, or it has to do with the cryosphere. And I can have strong winds for different reasons, or permafrost, for example. And I have it in areas, and this is what has a major impact on landslides and so on. Very fragile ecosystems. Both have very fragile ecosystems. As far as biodiversity is concerned, they are very strong ecosystems with biodiversity, and they certainly have some things that are very important for medicine. And this is the area where biodiversity has not been explored, and where we look for new substances for drugs or ingredients for drugs. Meteorological conditions can change much farther than elsewhere, both in the mountains and at the poles. In the same day, I can have completely different situations if I am in one of those areas. This too is an element that we can talk about. Access. Access is not easy up in the high mountains or in the polars, so limited population, limited infrastructures. Distribution of energy, clearly if you start going into high mountain areas, is not that straightforward. It's all much more expensive, and it also depends a lot on the weather. So this is another point of contact. The solutions that I shall be looking for in the polar areas are very often don't differ that much from the ones that I will implement in the mountains. Another aspect is that mountainous areas and the poles can be areas where I can test solutions and find solutions. And quite confidently, I can then transfer them to the one to the other. On the basis of this, I would like to illustrate the activities that in the polar area were relevant to energy. In the Antarctic, Italy has a station on the coast. It's the Mauro Zucchelli one, with 75 degrees latitude south. And right from the beginning, the first years, the researchers have tried to move away from the influence of the base. If measurements have to be meaningful, you can't be disturbed by the human activity at the base. So about 3 Ks from, I don't know if you can see it. Yes? No? Yes? No? This is the station. This is Icaro camp. 3 Ks, it's not a lot, but the lay of the land and the winds that tend to go this way, and this hill 200 or 300 meters, of course, we couldn't have gone 20 Ks because everything becomes much more complicated. But in this station, we developed a number of atmospheric results, and at a certain point, first we had an heterogeneous group, and then we then had a high voltage cable, but we had a problem because in the winter this is closed. So the problem was, if we want to measure the whole year, we need energy. And so at this point, we tried to go and see how we could generate electricity with wind with a vertical axis, because it's much more efficient, because it can start with much lower winds, and in theory it's better because it uses cavitation. If it starts turning, so like the one on the ship, it becomes a bubble, and at this point you do not produce anything anymore, and usually you can't manage it. It's a bit like a propeller, and in the end the engine breaks down because it'll break mechanically. So we had this field, and we were wondering how in the winter we could give them about a few hundred watts if we wanted to measure it, and if we did not want to have measurements that were meaningless. And we had to do exactly, and this is the connection, because we used what we used, the generator and so on, is something that we use in the mountain, and we transfer it. We reassembled it at Brasimone, where there was an ENIA center, but at the same time also on the Monte Cimone, 2,000 meters, where the Italian Research Center, and there has a center with the military center too, and then we produced a much smaller one for the Antarctic. Clearly, technological problems are very different. In Brasimone, we had a road and a center, and we were able to go with a lorry and assemble it in situ, while in the Cimone, 2,000 meters, there was nothing of all that. So, for example, the rotor, apart from the bases, which was assembled on the spot, had to be assembled with a helicopter. It was picked up, the rotor, and certainly the fire brigade helped us a lot, and they helped us to put it in place. So the difficulty of being in the various places, but the same difficulty that we had at the Cimone is the same difficulty that I had at Icaro, because I couldn't take the various means of transport because I needed a motor sledge or via the sea. I couldn't do anything else. So there are a number of analogies. This is the system that we set up at Icaro. And a very important thing that should be noticed is that once you establish these systems, especially when they're on a vertical axis, there is a load, a passive load, which must be used basically to hold back the rotor, because the rotor is unlimited. So if the basic problems in the Antarctic is that the winds can be 100 km an hour, in that situation when I could produce more energy, especially in the winter, I have to stop this machine with if it has a horizontal axis, but the vertical one can, but I have to be careful because I can't exceed a certain level. The passive load becomes very important in this system, and this is true everywhere. At vertical or horizontal axis, this passive load is extremely important. Here you can see the Camp system. And then after that, we started thinking of systems. 20 years ago, there was a moment when in this industry, and in particular the wind generation one, or the vertical axis one, had a moment when small companies started up, because the vertical axis has a lot of advantages when we're talking about small systems, not when we're talking about larger systems which exceed 100 kilowatt, but because it won't work. But for low voltages can use more situations than one. So there was a time when a number of small businesses develop, and if you look it up on Google, you'll find lots of links, but unfortunately they end up with on a page that is no longer found, because, and it'll be interesting to hear the economics, because the economic system doesn't move towards small systems, but towards big systems, but in areas where the population density is low, and I don't need to have big systems. This is a disadvantage. This is a disadvantage, and it will be very important, as we have to see that industry should develop the technology for areas where it is necessary, because the big ones are important where, or useful where there is a high density population, a high demand, but they're not very useful in areas like mountains or polar areas where this is not particularly true, nor can we have a network of 100 centers. It's meaningless.
Very well. There's no audio. Well, there's a strong wind here. You can see the rotor, how fast it's turning. Sorry, we can't hear any sound. Of course, it was interesting to listen to the sound it makes. So we had mounted everything, and of course it's not easy there, and I won't dwell on the characteristics of the system. So we had mounted the whole system, and here you can see some of the tools. Well, the batteries weighted 1 ton, and we thought of stabilizing the base. The idea was to use a lot of batteries, and therefore to rest assured. But we hadn't thought of the wind of the Antarctic that can reach 200 kilometers an hour. Katabatic is a wind, you know, that even a barrier would oscillate. So it's really extremely powerful. And although we had collected data for many, many months, I won't go into the details now, we wanted the system to track the maximum available power. And this is what we found a year afterwards. This is the subsequent summer. Because the base had been destabilized by the wind. And there were huge boats there, but partly because we had built it on the rock, not built it all on the rock, but also on the ground. And so little by little, we understood a number of issues there, and the company did it too. The German base has when vertical axis, for example, and it's grounded in the ice, so it's better, it can be better controlled. So this experience was gathered between 2005 and 2007, and we had plans to move forward. The C.V.A, I mean, had other things to do, and we dropped it a little bit. But this is an experience that we gathered, and we resumed it in 2016 when we really wanted to make sure that the base could have a lesser impact and could therefore produce clean energy. So we got in touch with the company again. Unfortunately, recently, the company went bankrupt. It had moved to larger systems from 10 kilowatts onwards. As I said before, I mean, small companies cannot, I mean, are no longer strong enough in the new economic model. I mean, that means that sometimes you need a small thing and you can't get it. It's not available. And so we got in touch with the company again in 2016, 2017, and these slides are based on material provided by colleagues from Enea, Francesco Pellegrino specifically. So here you can see the diagram, 3 aerogenerators, 3 kilowatts each, were mounted, well, the first in 2018, the other 2 in 2020, from the 33rd to the 36th expedition. And this is how the system looks now, seen from the foot of the hill. You can take a look at the systems. Well, these are the technical specifications, but I won't get into them. I'm sure the slides will be made available. So 11 kilowatts, well, this is a completely different scale. And the construction model has changed too. The model has changed, has become more flexible. The mechanical structure is less rigid in a way. In summer, the base system helps generators to work less. In winter, it serves an energy module that should provide up to 10 kilowatts to the automatic tools which remain operational during the winter. So various measures are taken automatically in winter, and the system contributes to further reduce energy, and so on and so forth. This is the average power produced by the various turbines monthly. That's the maximum peak, which is, I mean, the nominal value is 11 thanks to the very strong wind. And since there's no limitation, I mean, nominal value is actually not, I mean, the maximum you can reach. There are peaks that can go up to 15, 16 kilowatts in a turbine, although the nominal value is 11. Well, monthly production in terms of kilowatt hours is not very small. Based on the experience of a decade ago, we could work much better. And we clearly focused on making a very strong base. Well, we were not very lucky because that year was an exceptional year because of the strong wind. And as you can see, we performed a very careful work thanks to the means and infrastructures available. So that's very important to be able to mount the appropriate systems. Clearly, we had the crane in this case, whereas 10 years before, holes had been drilled manually, and I mean, the system had been dropped from a helicopter. And of course, also manual drilling is not very easy. And I mean, going down 1 meter, 1.5 meters is already very good. Well, we have understood that it's not possible just to work with loads. Now we have a breaking box. So once a threshold is reached, the brakes step in. Of course, their consumption are very diverse, very asymmetrical, and so we look for the best strategy for the aerogenerator and make sure it can achieve optimum operation. Well, clearly, wind energy was used up on the roof of the station. This is the main part of the station, so we use a photovoltaic system. It was completed last year. These are the characteristics, and hopefully this will further contribute to a reduction in fuel consumption and the impact of the station. And considering rocketing costs at the moment, there'll be an economic return that had not been predicted at that time. So we have polar areas, and I'm talking about a remote air station. It needs 200 watts, 300 watts to do everything. To be fabulous to have that on a continuous basis. For example, if I have a nominal capacity of 1 kilowatt, it should be possible. A small community of 200 inhabitants, for example, doesn't need that much, just a few kilowatts. So microgrids for hybrid energy systems. Well, it's true that systems are growing a lot, but they are not always based on the most advanced technology. Well, clearly these activities, was a proliferation of projects for microgrid and hybrid energy systems. And we have several examples. Well, this is the typical model. Clearly, the wind generator is an electric generation system with alternate current. The other is direct current. And then, of course, it must be transformed and channeled into the system. So this is the diagram, considering the wind. Up in the mountains and in Arctic areas too, hydroelectricity plays a very important role, at least until snow persists. All the Arctic communities can rely on plenty of water and therefore can produce hydroelectric power. Well, generally speaking, a generator can help in case of emergency. I mean, a diesel generator in case of emergency. But just think of the cost for transporting fuel in polar areas, bringing fuel to certain villages. And the same would apply to the mountains, I think. So if we want to promote development sustainability, because climate change will lead to further developments, in polar areas too, but sometimes development can be blocked by other factors. For instance, the lack of energy availability. So it's a mix of things. And for example, in Chile, in the National Park of Patagonia, they launched a project. Let me show you. So this is the national park they built, and so the system will go up to 115 kilowatts, most of it with the hydroelectricity through turbines and so on and so forth. So these types of systems are numerous all over the world. And these systems need to be well integrated. There are various energy sources that must be integrated. And that means developing the so-called smart technology. So the system should be able to smartly utilize the various sources whenever needed and wherever available. So if the wind is strong, I'll use the wind. If it's sunny, I'll use solar power, hydroelectricity, and so on and so forth. And through these strategies, you know that people try to predict solar radiation on Italy, on Europe. Well, it's a model approach. For example, predicting solar radiation the following day. Well, one of the issues here is, I mean, a cloudy sky. That's one thing. And those who try to calculate that kind of performance can hardly understand whether it's advantageous or not. But we have adopted a different approach. My close horizon can tell me a lot. If it's not cloudy, well, you know, in the mountains, the weather may change very, very quickly. But generally speaking, I know that if the sky is not cloudy, it may remain sunny for a few hours. This is Bologna, for example, and we can measure the presence of clouds this way. If we, well, this histogram is not a Gaussian curve. It doesn't show that, and it means there are physical information in it. So the trends stem from the weather conditions in that city, in Bologna. So we can apply specific methodologies to gather information that can be fed into the system. Smart means, of course, knowing how much energy I've got. Well, generally speaking, it is felt that solar energy is even more uncertain than wind energy. Well, if we assume that it remains windy for the whole day, it will not be sunny, let's say, I will not use that energy, but if I need it, I might use the diesel generator because I do not trust the solar power source. I think we should try and integrate information better, truly leverage useful technologies, develop microgrids, and so on and so forth. And here are three messages on my side. Polar and mountain regions with respect to climate change and challenges can be compared. We should share knowledge, experience, best practices. Microgrid hybrid systems, well, we tend to be, let's say, very much influenced by the financial aspect. We can instead use our scientific knowledge to improve smart strategies and increase their impact and performance. That's it. Thank you very much. Plenty of information. Just one question on my side, and it's about microgrids. Well, I'm the coordinator of the European project that has installed systems of this kind, microgrids, based on renewable resources in Norway, up in a very remote island, a very particular climate there. And we let it work for a year and a half, 24 hours round the clock, based on local wind energy and solar energy. And it served a community of about 200 people, 100 kilowatts. Well, the difference lies in the fact that we used hydrogen, well, in addition to batteries, of course, to ensure seasonal continuity. Since, well, batteries are okay for up to a week, but for a longer period of time, we needed different systems. So lithium, of course, if we talk about batteries, we have the, well, issues related to lithium. We can't, combined green strategies with the batteries. I can remember a conference when the Dutch chief of service said, well, green means, well, digging and mining in the Arctic because we need material. Of course, he was selling his own idea, and of course, that was in his own interest. It was his purpose, but it was a contradiction. So the purpose was to develop, to fully leverage the Green Deal, and he said we need to dig and create more mines, and just imagine the impact in the Arctic. Well, it was a provocative statement, but that's what reality is. So we should really try and find other solutions. Do we want to find the best possible solution for climate change, or are we driven by other priorities, economic priorities, for instance? Well, one of the main aspects here, one of the main goals, is to recover materials. There's another project, and we recover catalysts, the acid solution, and we reproduce electrochemical cells from scratch. So it's based on a circular vision. Of course, the economic system is not fully circular. Well, in polar regions and even in the mountains, I compared the two, but, it's not that I had that idea. The WMO has an expert panel for polar areas and the high mountain areas. The Chinese, when they talk about Tibet, they refer to it as third pole. There's true proximity, which was studied in various contexts. Maybe in that sense, we could create synergies to increase the impact, and in terms of distance, in terms of communication and communities in hot, remote areas, it might not be that different. Well, technically, it's a completely different thing, but maybe being in a remote location might require an approach. Well, clearly, if we look at the figures, it's like, in a climate system. If we track the tropics, and that's what we did for years, well, polar areas seemed unimportant, but climate change has led us to look at polar areas as paramount, both in terms of the consequences and also to enhance the thermodynamic aspects. They are called, let's say, well, where we can keep, frozen food. So a refrigerator doesn't work if there isn't a hot part and a cold part. The same for the Earth. and the poles are getting warmer 3 times faster. So this difference, well, the real issue is that this gradient is shrinking. The system works in a completely different way, but if we really want to start from the basis, the first law of thermodynamics, so the poles and the equators, they are the foundations of climate. So there's a difference in water and air move to try and counter changes. But if the gradient is smaller, everything slows down. What the consequences of all this will be, I have no idea. I don't know whether models will be predictive enough. Therefore, we must be careful, because this has a very big impact. And up to the PCC, the most recent report, we considered the Arctic as, with an increase double as much, but now it's 3 times as much. And it's a prudential prediction. So this is truly accelerating. It's quite impressive. And it's another aspect too.
Because we don't know what will happen if the climate machine comes to a grinding halt. Yes, so the difference is based on the gradient. That's what it is based on. If we reduce the gradient too much, the consequences, I wouldn't know what they are. But I don't think anybody's ever thought of that. I don't know even if we're able to reach that condition. Maybe everybody would go mad because that's not what they're made for. Maybe we can discuss about it in the round table. And we also spoke about the economic models. So now, before moving on to the next speaker, I would like to know if there are any questions.
Secondo lei, quello che sta il discorso che viene adesso
what you're talking about, hydrogen, could it be we could use the excess energy in the mining, and there could be a problem. Also, well, we have to produce hydrogen. If we produce hydrogen with electricity, really you haven't solved any problem. We must manage to have the fluid cells and hydrogen. That may be a very important point. We have to try and look at the whole system, thinking at the needs. And once we've established that, we have to guarantee the necessary effort to reach this objective. While at this moment, I think things are happening in a rather confused manner, with the fact that whoever has this need guides this. So we have to think more of what we need, and then once we've established what we need, then we can talk about technologies to reduce the CO2, encapsulate it, put it in old mines. There are lots of solutions, but we have to work faster, put more energy in it, because we have no time, as was said before. 2050, in terms of these actions, is not very far. Yes, that's what I'm working on. Yes, I work on catalyzers too. When we go to talk, people are talking about if you go to say these things in a class in a junior high school, these people will see the year 2100. You will see it. We feel 2100 is really distant, but we're there. Those who are at school will see on the whole, the year 2100. So we're not talking about things that are very far or which is something that affects us. It will affect us a lot. 2050, obviously. We're hoping to be there too. Right. Very quick remark, just to say that all new energy techniques have a catalytical support to transform the types of energy that are not as easily used than, say, burn coal or anything. The others don't. So catalyzers will be always present in these, and more on the batteries, because batteries are a closed object, while but research is essential from this point of view, because we use iridium, ruthenium, and for instance, our study is on how we can replace them in the anode of when we use acid membrane, and that's the technological change, and replace them with elements of the fifth line, manganese, iron, and so on. There's a lot of work to be done in that sector, in the sector of batteries. These are critical aspects which have to be dealt with, and not just batteries. Yes, the fact that you're always using horizontal windmills. No, we've also got vertical ones. I'm interested in that. I want to know where you buy them. Right. So at this point, Vito, you have launched the next speaker. So thank you very much. And we now have Gianmario Pannone. Gianmario Pannone, who will be talking about knowledge and innovation community in energy. He works for an international institution that is called I Know Energy. It's a big company that was established 10 years ago by the EU, putting up research centers, universities, large companies, small companies, startups, and so on. I am also a member with the Politecnico of the foundation, and it is a series of initiatives at a European level. And what Gianmario will be talking about basically concerns what technologies they're developing, both in financial terms and in terms of knowledge, and support the sustainable transition, as we define it, the ecological one. So the switch from Vito Vitale, who spoke about limits also on the type of technologies, and because they all have big systems, and finding small scale producers. So I think this works well. So I'm going to leave you the floor. Thank you very much. I would like to thank all of you for having invited us as representatives of Inno Energy. We focus a lot on energy transition, climate change, and above all on finding practical solutions with the means that are available. Now, the difference between me and the speakers that preceded me is that I look at other types of indicators, so not necessarily the thickness of ice or low temperatures or indicators. The indicators which I have is the return on the invested capital. So our aim at Inno Energy is to promote innovation in the energy field so it can be sustainable, competitive, but also that it should have a return on the investment which can be extended on a wide scale, and therefore not only on a local market but on a world one. As you know, I don't know how long Elon Musk took to gather the first funds for Tesla, about 5 minutes, because they were it was his personal money after he sold PayPal. But this is not true for all the startups or the companies that try to find the funds to launch an innovation or a company, and all the things that are energy with a neutral impact or very low carbon emissions. In the early 2000s, there was also a run towards accelerating investment in this sector, and it formed a bubble, and that exploded with the subprime crisis in the US, because the funds that had been used to have the climate tech industry were burnt because the investors didn't have a focus which was like the one that one might have in the financial area or web technology. So for all the things that concern the environmental climate, there are efforts in R&D which often give the first results after about 10 years. So investors at this time had a focus which was different, and in the early 2000s, this disappeared. In the early 2010s, we saw technologies and other technologies were developing. We're talking about the order of magnitude. So in new energy, we tried to develop this. In 2010, we started, and now we're one of the main world actors as far as the energy transaction and climate change, or transition, sorry, and climate change. What does new energy do? What does it do? We have 300 startups. We have a number of companies that we established from scratch. As Massimo was saying, we have one of the partnerships with the academic world is the foundation to make tomorrow's leaders more aware. I will be briefly illustrating who we are as Energy, how we access innovation, and how our services are organized. And lastly, I will show you startups which we invested on that are very important, which is the main topic of this conference. We're a European organization which was established with a public-private partnership. What does this mean? It means that the European Union gave us an initial budget to start to generate investments, and currently we are economically independent. This means that in 10 years, the number of European funds that we receive has been shrinking, but we are able to offset this and be independent thanks to the investments that we've made, because in the startup, for example, but we also use the EEX, invest in a startup. When the startup is sold, we get a percentage of the sale price. A few facts and figures: 500 and more partners across Europe. We have marketed 126 products developed by Energy. We have 16 billion of forecasted revenue up to 2030. We have 186 patents, 560 million currently invested in startups, 2.5 billion that have been fundraised and increased capital for European level products. More than 418 companies and entrepreneurs are supported. 330 startups were sold, and then 1.6 billion were raised. And then there's all the part which has to do with academia: 1,200 master's alumni in our training course, 260 PhD candidates, and we also have an online course system which is linked to various European universities. Here you can see one of the main ways in which we justify our investments is dictated by the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs, and by the European Green Deal. So I'm not going to show them in detail now, but I will refer to how our startups impact on these indicators. So we have 17 UN objectives, the SDGs, and the 8 pillars of the Green Deal. As far as the UN strategic goals are concerned, the SDGs, we have startups that address the main SDGs that are 11, 13, and 9. So you will observe how number 9 is industrial and infrastructure. 11 is the one which concerns sustainable energy, smart cities and smart buildings. And 13 is in undertaking actions to have a climate impact, while as far as the European Green Deal, there's a match for everything. Now, how do we work? Well, we have 3 main axes of development. Industry, that is to say, we are trying to positioning ourselves to build companies to reinforce the energy value chains in Europe. Then we also train students, and we have access to 8 master programs, and we invest on startups, scale-ups, and innovators. Our goal is to develop sustainable energy, and therefore to have an offer which should be sustainable and environmentally and financially, and therefore to reduce the costs of the energy value chain, reduce CO2 emissions, improve European competitiveness, remove barriers to innovation, and encourage sustainable growth. In these cases, we have entrepreneurs who are slightly blocked by the means of the traditional investment funds and banks, who do not wish to undertake the risk on limited small projects. So what we're trying to do is that we try to remove these barriers. We try to encourage sustainable growth, stimulating it, and also we also try to create workplaces.
And here you can see the various investment fields, the circular economy, whatever is related to energy storage, energy efficiency, transport and mobility energy, renewable energies in general, smart buildings and smart cities, and subsequently also the new nuclear systems, to advance in that respect too. How does it work? Our strength lies in our proximity with the EU, but also on our private partnerships. At the moment, we can rely on 29 investors, and as you can see, there's Volkswagen, Siemens, Total Energies, General Electric, ENGIE, EDF. It's the same as Enel for us. We have financial partners like ENG. So thanks to these partners, we can launch solutions and startups. And whenever they want to launch an innovation or wait for the product to be marketed, it would take too long. But thanks to our private-public partnership, we can channel European funds and private funds so as to accelerate our go-to-market. Well, we're a bit everywhere in Europe, as you can see, from Spain, France, Germany, Central Europe, Eastern Europe, Northern Europe, and we have a head office, an office in Boston. Although we only invest in European startups, in Boston, we accelerate European innovation in the States too. So many of the startups, out of 50, 50 out of 300 are in the States. So we're reversing the trend, exporting European innovation rather than the opposite way around. Historically, Italy has not participated. Of course, Politecnico, yeah, Turin Technology University. However, unfortunately, in terms of investments and partnerships, we have no Italian partners yet. However, we're developing the Italian market and we're open to invest in Italy too. So we're coming into contact with various energy actors to invest in Italian startups as soon as possible in the forthcoming months. We also have an impact on the energy value chain in Europe. And let me mention 3 initiatives. E.B.A. 250, the European Battery Alliance, the European Accelerator Center that accelerates all hydrogen projects in Europe, and the ESI, the European Solar Initiative. Energy storage, hydrogen, solar. These are the 3 pillars to invest and create value at European level in these areas. Why do we want to create European entities for these 3 sources? Well, all of the solar panels we're currently using are produced in China. Well, there are some initiatives, one in Sicily. We are in France and we want to produce solar panels because the risk of facing shortages of materials to promote renewable energies becomes real. Hence the need to strengthen Europe. And as regards battery productions, we have Norbert in Scandinavia or Vercor in France that recycle existing batteries and use procurement they optimize procurement for battery production and ideally use European batteries for all European systems. Hydrogen, well, there we're testing various economic models, and one of the 3 heads managing IGAC is Aluna by Massimo, so it's really congratulations, good work. So all these initiatives are co-created. We are their shareholders, we're the founders, but there are other investors and industrial partners to simplify our go-to-market compared to conventional market conditions. Well, the goal is to promote the circular economy. So whenever it's true that we have imported solar panels for many years, but we promote the recycling of these solar panels. We want to recover silicon. It's not a rare material. However, to produce it so as to make solar panels requires splitting the sand to extract it. And this process requires a lot of energy and implies high CO2 emissions. However, when you recycle solar panels, for instance, those imported from China and used in Europe, you can use them as raw materials to make new solar panels. And the same applies to whatever relates to batteries. So this has been an overview of our industrial partners. Let's now move to our actions, actions for our innovators, for scale-ups, and for students. Well, we first identify critical processes and criticalities in the value chain, and we develop customized solutions to reduce risks all along the value chain. And this way we can introduce these innovations more swiftly. As regards innovators, and it might be entrepreneurs or conventional companies who decide to change their economic model. So we've set up partnership, we've created ecosystems with the startups so that conventional companies can recycle these packages. And I'm thinking, for example, of a decarbonization booster made with Leclerc in France. And through it, we can install add-ons in production plants to produce methane with the wastes, do the packaging thanks to hydrogen electrolysis, and therefore use renewable energy sources 100%. Now, the piece of advice is eat less meat, but since we know that meat production has a remarkable environmental impact, we try and create these new value chains with various partners. The goal is a very simple one. We start with a prototype, we move on to develop a project, we fund the project. We are proactive in managing these projects with the startups so as to make sure that the products are relevant, that they are market relevant. Well, generally, the number of startups receiving traditional funds have a success rate lower than 40–50%, and after 5 years, so only 40% are still in the market after 5 years. For us, it's 85%. So 5 years after, 85% of our startups are still economically viable and are still growing. And well, some of them are even listed at the stock exchange and they're acquired by larger companies. The others will continue to grow. I also mentioned that we are proactive, and this proactiveness is based on 8 main factors. First is market intelligence. If there is no market, of course, the solution is not needed. Let's assume there are 10 final customers. Well, it means that innovation is not in line with a durable economic model, a lasting one. So we try and find the best solution to reach a larger market. We're also very proactive with the customers and with growth. Thanks to our industrial partners, we can already introduce our prototypes in the market. Our entrepreneurs and startups can test the impact of their solution on the market very quickly. They can adjust it and change it to make it more effective. We have thematic experts for hydrogen, smart cities, mobility, energy storage. I might forget something. I mean, the various energy domains. So we have thematic experts helping our entrepreneurs so that the solutions are technologically advanced and that the technology is protected by patents and in terms of intellectual property too. We have industrial experts for logistics as well. And thanks to our proximity, our collaboration with the European Union, we can influence European regulations too, i.e. the introduction of innovative technologies in the market. We can help a faster introduction in European markets. And as regards access to resources, we recruit highly qualified people. We promote the very early investment stages for the startups, and we also have a venture capital community. We are in touch with all the investment funds aimed at new energies. And once we have invested, other larger or more targeted investors can step in, increase the capital and bring the startup to the subsequent steps. And finally, we have a holding in all the companies we invest in, and that means we are very active in influencing the economic activities of these startups. Some examples, Hyperloop, you may have heard that the US are willing to move along that path, and we're doing the same in Europe too. Well, that means a semi-decarbonized long-distance transport. So distance would be similar to that of commercial aircraft, more or less the same time, but with the consumption of only 1/5 of the fuel. The project is in progress, and we are very, very happy to give our contribution. Capacitors are, I can't remember. Yeah, it's capacitore in Italian, yes. So we have scalable technologies. We should get 1 billion in a month, and so that will allow for an efficient management and storage of energy. And finally, offshore energy. Well, these are off-grid wind systems, so as to find the wind in the middle of the ocean. Overcoming the obstacles to leveraging wind energy. Let me move on quickly to startups now. So what is the difference here? Well, these are early stage projects. the prototype may not be readily available. The entrepreneur or the team has a clear vision, so we step in right at the beginning, we invest in the company, we become part of the board of directors, and we can co-manage these innovation projects. We can promote access to the market, product and service production, of course, people, capabilities, training, support, mentoring, and finally, finance, so seed money, giving access to our community of investors. Idea, assessment, coaching, delivery, success. That's our magic formula. Some more examples. Well, let me tie on innovation in the mountains here. Replace Sea Green, Alpinovix. These are all startups arising from a business plan of a potential innovation. Well, now they have dozens and dozens of employees and they are in the market. The most recent one, Alpinovix, in alpine and mountain tourism and snow production. Well, the technology was validated just last month, the technology I'm going to share with you. So in our portfolio, we have over 380 startups. Some of them will be sold because once they're worth 100 million, the round of funds go beyond our sweet spot. So either we help them up to the time they'll be listed on the stock exchange, or we, let's say, let other larger investors step in.
So the last point of our activity is the one which is connected to the academic world, both that refers both to students and people who need to develop specific expertise and skills. So we haven't got an energy university. What we do have are a number of academic partners, including the ones in Turin, which may make it possible for us to spread the various training courses among existing ones, and which specialize in energy distribution and impact. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what the other person said, but the answer was certainly. And this refers to the expertise and competence on the market. This means that we have experts of important profiles. So the European skills is one of, well, skills at a European level is one of the key points. Skills are completely different from the ones that you had 10 years ago. It's one of the key aspects in Europe, and InnoEnergy works on it. So skills are not exclusively important for academic profiles with, say, a master or postmaster or another postgraduate, but for example, to the practical nature. We need skilled workers in production who need to update their expertise, and therefore we try to have a wide spectrum in terms of training from the line worker right up to the PhD student. And I think that that is very wide, and training must be accessible at various levels. This is how we close the knowledge triangle: research, industry, education, research, industry, and this is what we're trying to promote and stimulate innovation in Europe. A few of the key KPIs: the economic, social, and environmental ones. Economically, we have created over 24,000 workplaces through startups. Our assets currently, there are more than 500. It says 306, but it's and that is 72 billion, and a potential on the world economy of 3.4 billion. These applications, these are figures, are very practical proof of how we can validate the first 10 years of experience in the clean tech investments. It's just the beginning. The first 10 years, and the objectives between 2030 and 50 are more and more ambitious. And we are ready to accompany the next generation very rapidly. As far as the social features are concerned, we have 727 female entrepreneurs, founders or CEOs. So we have more than 84 nationalities. And this concerns the environmental part, and these are figures from here to 2030. We have to reduce our innovations are going to enable us to reduce the impact, and which corresponds to 245.5 million cars, as if they were eliminated from one day to the next. So our applications have very good impact. They also mean that we can save more than 9 billion in terms of energy, and for 2030 we produce 616 terawatts per hour. So here you can see very quickly the breakup of our portfolio. You can see that we're present in all fields, from renewable energies, aeolic, solar, and batteries, and all the things that concern mobility, from micro-mobility to electric vehicles, but also more ambitious projects, such as the use of hydrogen in aeronautics, all the things that are hyperloops, and also what concerns circular economy and energy. Our investment thesis is wider because we can invest on anything. The remit is anything that reduces CO2. So if an innovation means that we reduce CO2, potentially we can invest in it. So if you have knowledge or you wish to work in this field, we will listen to you. So let us now move on to a few startups, which brings us to the link between energy and mountain. The most relevant which refers to what was said this morning, that is to say of how climate change influences on various aspects of life in the mountain, resource management, social impact, tourism. It's called Alpinovix. It's a French startup. We invested about 4 years ago. It's new technology, just been validated to have systems to cool using exclusively water and renewable energy. This will change radically both carriers that require cool transport and that use liquids, but they're green, but they have an environmental impact. Alpino VX uses only renewable energy and water. The prototype is no longer a prototype, actually. It's present on the market. It's put in the mountains because it makes it possible to produce snow using a constant water cycle. So when this device is linked to a water source, it is able to produce snow at plus temperatures using solar panels, and therefore green, and it can be used fruitfully for winter tourism, and it has no environmental impact, and it can also address the difficulties that traditional systems have. That is to say that they require a lot of water and energy that are very big to have results that were very average, especially if the temperatures are not below zero. So Alpino VX is one of the systems. It's a vacuum condensator, and it'll have an impact on the market in months to come. Very practical and tangible in mountain areas like yours. Then I'm going to be talk about Acque. Acque is, well, imagine a system of as if you were near a petrol or gas pump. Where's the innovation? It is that hydrogen is produced on the spot, so it is not stocked. There is no need to have large volumes, but it is used, and very often they're mainly used in France. So in several mountain areas, they have partnered with car manufacturers who have made hydrogen-powered vehicles combined with Acque hydrogen stations, so as to reduce the problems, which are transport of fuel in less accessible areas, and also to have a green fuel. On hydrogen, it's very complex, but we think that it is necessary, and very probably a percentage of people will not necessarily be the ones for tomorrow, but we wanted to have an ecosystem which will make it possible to find a virtuous model. Another two, here we see. Here you can see companies, but what's the innovation of Jaime? Usually the most expensive components are iridium or platinum that are necessary for hydrogen production. And these traditional ones are very bulky and also manage a pressure up to about 35. Emmet has 35 bar, has developed small size ones, and thanks to the low temperature which they operate on, it is possible to produce hydrogen that can be used very often directly at the source. So the innovation might be also, say, for boilers, which is produced directly and burnt there and then. And these are miniature ones so that you can have small-scale applications. And the last startup, I've spoken more than I was allowed, but this one is Nawa, and it is active on energy storage, and this gives a super aggregator of batteries having these cells, and this means that you can recharge them, that can be used for transport of vehicles or anything else. They can. I took Nawa because in various mountain villages you can use the Nawa technology as a source, as an emergency source, which if the electric grid has a cutoff or if it blackout, you can then refer to these batteries, which require more time, which offer a longer time of use and a shorter restart time. So this is some of the startups, but this is a little bit, and it's the last slide that I'm showing you, is this the business booster. It is the key event for the innovation of energy in Europe, and this year it will be in Lisbon from on the 28th and 29th of September, and there we will have over 300 startups with all our academic and industrial partners in Lisbon. So if you're interested, you're welcome to come to the Lisbon Business Booster event. So that's it. So thank you very much for your attention. And if you have any questions, I am glad to answer.
Mario.
Thank you very much. Lots of things, and it is very important to know how these exist in Europe and what is happening. And as Gianmario was saying, in Italy, they're not especially developed, but traditionally at an academic level, but we very often lack the industrial parts. And I think this is one of your roles. You're going to extend this to Italy. It is a very active and organization which offers a European level organization. The prototypes which he showed have very solid research bases. We don't have much time because unfortunately it is 1 o'clock. So one question. If there is a question. I'm sorry, no mic, no translation. I wanted to take advantage of Professor Santarelli's presence. You spoke about storage and the mix, the national mix, which will be increasingly linked to renewable ones, will have to be more closely linked. So stocking is very important because renewable energies, as we know, is something we don't dominate. So we spoke about hydrogen and therefore chemical energy that might intervene. And I also know that studies are being carried out on synthetic methane. That is to say that hydrogen with the CO2 in the air and take the carbon freeing oxygen and therefore not doing anything wrong and having CH4. My dream is to cut the gas pipe at Tarvisio and replace it with a synthetic methane gas factory. When and if this will be possible? When will it be possible? Thank you very much. Synthetic methane is for us in the labs. It's a state of the art and has been for 20 years. It's a very simple reaction because it's a catalytic reaction. It happens at intermediate temperatures with nickel, and it's a very simple reaction. It's not a complicated reaction at all. It's more difficult to organize all the rest. That is to say, recover the CO2 from the air, as Vito Vitale was saying. It's very expensive. So you need carbon and hydrogen. Hydrogen can be taken from water, but with all the costs that ensue from that with the molecules, while carbon can either come from the biological sector or from air, or again from exhausted environmental activities where carbon is present in a higher concentration. The reaction per se is very easy, but it is the chain and infrastructure which raises a question whether it's worth it or not. This synthetic methane is very interesting in terms of it being a transition molecule, because many of the final applications are not to use hydrogen. The home boiler, the heater, water heater, although the pipelines to carry hydrogen, which is not true, but the final water heater, which I have, it would not burn as it should with hydrogen because it's been developed for another molecule. So you can't change all the water heaters or all the boilers throughout the country. You have to have a transition. And at that point, a synthetic molecule might be useful. But the tendency is to go to not use carbon. And at a certain point, if we think that we started using wood, then coal, then oil, then gas, all the tendencies is molecules that contain less and less carbon per mass unit. It would seem historical trend, or even more that, an evolutionary trend, we should use hydrogen. That might appear to be a general trend, but I agree that to bridge the gap, probably that's useful. And the ones who have this role, we're talking about aeronautics, yes, in that case, synthesized molecules, and therefore kerosene, for example, which come from hydrogen and CO2, that is meaningful because hydrogen for aeronautics is a non-solution just now. It's too bulky, too heavy, too big to stock it. So there's a whole sector of the synthetic chemical products that can have a market of their own. We produce heaters in the hospital, in the labs. We started with Leonardo. We have vehicles that fly with these molecules. It works. There's a lot on the way. Have we a question?
Oh, well, what we just heard is really a true success story.
Magari poi al pomeriggio, no? Con la
Yeah, we may
che ha fatto vedere per produzione di sostanzialmente di
tie on that in the afternoon.
Qualche informazione
the startup you've showed us.
quasi sottodimensionato
in
virtù di quelle che sono le reali
some more technical information. It seems to be undersized compared to the real snow production needs. What you can see here produces 10 cubic meters of snow per hour. So of course we would need several ones at our disposal. to cover a wider area. So this is the very first model of SNOW-X. Future models might be larger and be able to produce a larger amount of snow. What is the challenge here? Well, we're trying to limit the amount of used water too. In this case, there's a continuous water flow transformed thanks to vacuum, cooling, electric cooling, and condensation. So the aim here is not to overload the hydroelectricity main to create artificial snow. Yes, if you wish, I can offer you some more detailed information about this startup if you're interested. Yes. Thank you very well. I think we can close our morning session here. We're slightly late. Actually, we had planned a final discussion, but because of time reasons, we will not be able to have it now. But luckily, we've had some discussion during the morning already, and I think the morning speakers will stay for the afternoon as well. And hopefully we might have a little more time at our disposal and envisage a final table. At the end, I have a couple of questions, and I'm sure the audience will have as well. Maybe that's the best thing, since we're running late. Okay, we can close the morning and resume at 2, maybe a 2:15, I don't know. Is it feasible? Yes. Yes, it is.
Siamo in un quarto d'ora di margine per il tempo di andare e tornare dal ristorante.
Okay.
Grazie.
2:15. Thank you very much.